Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful weekend, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. So, last week we wound up, unfortunately, sacrificing the Spirana to the gods of spite, and it was a spectacular battle with no actual real payoff. Like it didn't net us anything positively in terms of getting more resources, but that was okay because it led us to what we're currently working on, which is the carrier or the miner. And I did a little bit of work on it last night. Spent probably about an hour and a half or so working on it and just kind of messing with it, changing out, testing some armor designs and whatnot, and getting more thrusters in place, that sort of thing. In general, just getting it to a state where I was a little bit more happy with it. Wound up taking out the industrial cockpit because it wasn't working right with the way that I had the connector here. So I wound up having to swap that out. Not a big deal, honestly. As far as things go, could have been a lot worse. So what I did instead was we now have this command seat here, control seat, sorry. And we've also got a vent here ready to go. So I can go ahead and build a proper cockpit for this that'll all be glassed in. I've also started working out where I'm going to have the arms for the ship that kind of stick out forward so that I can add additional thrusters to them, and just in general as a form of something interesting to look at. Also, they will act as sort of protection arms, if you will, for the miner that'll be connected here. And then I also went ahead and I swapped out the regular connector for the inset connector, just so that I could make that particular area more flush, make it look a little nicer. And then I had to come in here and do a whole bunch of extra connecting, just get everything sort of sorted out. And I was playing around here with some of the armor on the back of the ship to make it look nicer. And that's where we're at for today. And just in general, getting this cleaned up before we get it finished up, and then hopefully we'll have its maiden voyage today. That is the plan. Other than that, though, nothing major to really report on that front. So let's just finish this up, and we'll see about the other thing is that I also want to go ahead and get a docking bay connector over here. I better hope not. I don't think I can afford to build another one of these. By the way, hey, Coffee, how you doing, buddy? Let's see. That there. Get that. And boop. Pop that there. Might change this up. It's a little bit too much of a straight line for my taste, but and there. Build this in. So this is just a general funny thing. So one of the streamers that's out there, Tyler One. He's been a long time streamer, and recently he's been, I wouldn't say caught up in drama, but just having to deal with the drama in terms of the WoW variety. But this also is just indicative of online communities generally. And I think it's one of those things that bears talking about because of the fact that all communities suffer from it to some degree. And it's kind of the nature of the beast. But he was talking about how the WoW community specifically tends to be one of the most degenerate of communities that are out there. And I think most people tend to agree that the WoW community it's special. It's very special. But I was thinking about it, and I was like, this is not something that is strictly a WoW community thing, because when you really look at a lot of communities and you look at the relationship between the entertainer and the entertained, most people walk away from it going, okay, yeah, I was entertained by that. I will move on to the next thing that will entertain me, which is normal behavior. But then there is a small subsection of that which latch on to the entertainer. They call it a parasocial relationship. Not sure of the full-on psychology behind it. That was not my area of expertise. But they wind up latching on to the entertainer and assuming that they need to then either be the arbiter of all things that are good and true about that particular entertainer, or they find that they have to personally educate that entertainer. They're doing it wrong, so they need to be the one to educate them. And if anybody says anything wrong, or on the flip side, if they're the ones that feel like they have to protect that particular entertainer, they will go to some extremes over it. And that's one of those things that YouTube comments is a great example of this. And I find myself, I have found myself, I should say, sometimes wanting to comment to defend against somebody's point of view, and then realize they don't need me to come to this person's defense. This person doesn't know me, and in all fairness, I don't really know this person, this content creator, so I don't need to go into the comment section and try and clarify a story or anything like that. So I'm just not going to. But I find it funny that it is an ever-growing concern in this day and age. And it is something to worry about, especially for a lot of us who are content creators in one way, shape, or form. Because, sorry, we get a little, some of the people out there get a little bit crazy. I'm not saying that we don't. I'm just saying in general. Social media has exacerbated exacerbated is not the right word. Social media has essentially allowed for us to become more aware of mental health issues that previously we didn't see a lot of because we weren't so interconnected. Our communities were much smaller. Our ability to connect with a number of people was reduced. And it's reached a point where we're seeing thousands, if not millions of people day in, day out. in all sorts of different shapes and sizes and reactions and whatnot. So it's interesting to see, or to have a content creator talk about it in such a fashion and kind of bring light to it. But also because of the fact that I have been playing WoW a lot lately, and I'm like, hey, that's, I mean, you're not wrong, but hey, that's so mean. All right, that feels a bit better. Now, I have given the thrusters a little bit of a test, going back to this, just general maneuverability, and it maneuvers fairly well. Between the hydrogen thrusters and the ion thrusters, we actually do get a good amount of general thrust out of this. But let's finish up. Oh, I just need those. Cool. Oh, and the thruster components. Just those little things. Or not. Awesome. Okay. So that takes care of most of our thrusters. Like, I could at this point in time fly this. Like, that wouldn't be an issue. In fact, I could even fly it from up here. We have all 6 sets, or all 6 directional thruster sets. So up, down, left, right, back, forward. The 6 degrees of freedom, so to speak. One of the things that I would like to do, though, is to go ahead and see about adding some additional gyroscopes, because it does feel a little sluggish still. Let's get these done up. And then close up the bottom armor here. We'll start working out how the arms are going to fit in. As I do also have to make sure that they are going to be conveyored, as I plan on running some hydrogen thrusters out to them as well. Then we'll set up the actual cockpit and then get some lights on here. Okay, there we go. That feels good. That's got some good wiggle to it. And now I'm thinking for the arms, this is actually going to be sort of the interior of them. So they will extend out this way. I mean, it wouldn't make much sense to extend them interior wise. So obviously we'll have to extend them outwards. But I'm still not 100% on how I want to set them up. So it's kind of a wait and see situation. Am I out of steel plate again? I think I am. Yep. Oh, I don't need that much. And then also iron. Okay. And this is part of the reason why I wanted to get this done, so that I can go ahead and utilize it for the purposes of collecting some iron here. But let's go ahead and do that anyway. Ooh, well, Now that I've got it disconnected. Need to get it kind of out of the way. I should lift it up. Okay, I need a little bit better. I need a lot better thrust. Or to add some, probably. Can I get any? No. Answer is just no, because I already know I wouldn't be able to. So yeah, along the top section here, I will definitely want to add some hydrogen thrusters to it, just to make sure that it's able to decelerate when going upwards at a much better velocity. Or I guess, what would that be? Delta V? Yeah, probably Delta V. Okay, so let's get this guy. Oh, good. All your ice got used up. Sure. Perfect. I'd gone and gotten a load of ice. What was it? Friday, actually. So that we could finish refueling or fueling up the carrier there. So glad to see that all the ice got used up for the miner, because it was a full load of ice. Or at least it, if I remember, oh, that's right, because I've got the whole circulation system. Basically, I've got a set of conveyor sorters that are pulling all the ore out as rapidly as they can. And then there's another conveyor sorter that will not allow ore to go back into the miner. So that way, when the miner gets connected, it just pulls everything out of it. I can go back out quickly with it and go back to mining. Let's. One of the things that I was doing last night while I was working on the carrier was rewatching Splitsy's survival. Which one is it? It's the very first of his survival series. And it's not Survival Unlikely. That's the one that he was doing with Capac. But it was the one where he was on Earth-like, and he had I think it was like 4 different bases. There was 3 satellite bases, if you will, and then like a main big bad base. But he was in a little valley, and he started out with a little rover and whatnot. But that one is probably one of my favorites, just because of the fact that it's like 100 and some odd episodes to watch. But it was also the one that I had started watching when I came across him. And it was also one that I caught it, I think it was about halfway through the series when I started watching. And so at that point, like, that was the point where I started watching it. Every week I'd catch the next episodes. And then he moved on to Survival Impossible, which was on the alien planet. And I was really, really hoping that he was going to take that one for quite a ways. But I also understand why he didn't continue it. Because sometimes as you're playing through, or you're doing a particular playthrough, you kind of run out of an idea, or you run out of ideas based off of whatever the challenge set is that you've set for yourself. Like, there's just so many different things that you can do under a particular set of goals or the challenge or what have you, before your brain is like, okay, I've got to do something else. This is just This is just not doing it for me. So I totally get that. I know I get that way sometimes too. Yep. That should be a nice load of iron. Okay. There we go. We're reconnected. That is one thing I'm actually glad I started doing the merge block attachment, because it makes sure that the ship always attaches the correct way. But then it also means that I can utilize the thrusters on the smaller ship, and it just makes sure that it's going to stay connected. There we go. That should hopefully get us some extra iron. Ooh, I should probably also lower this back down. So I'm in line with that connector again. Production. Make more of that. Some of that. Definitely. And yeah, that looks like a good. Oh, and large steel tubes. There we go. Because Lord knows I wind up using a lot of them. All right. Oh, and I should probably grab some girders. There we are. Alrighty. So what we're going to do here is we're going to look at getting. There we are. I want to look at how I want to set up the cockpit. At least initially. And yeah, there we go. That'll be good, because then I can go ahead and kind of wall this in with a little bit of glass, get the windows in place. I was debating on making some sort of side door so that I could get out directly from here. I'm just not sure how I would do that efficiently. So we're just going to have to stick with I don't know. Let's see. Put that there. That'll, of course, kind of obstruct my view a little bit, but not too much. Yeah, that could work, actually. Let's grab what we need for it. And then that way I can just easily get in and out of the cockpit and directly into the mining vehicle without too much fuss. Come here. Thank you. Well, sounds like they're either picking up the trash or the recyclables. I mean, granted, I'm usually in third person anyway, so it doesn't really matter. We just run this line there. Go, and we'll do the same thing over here. Now, one of the other things that I did, and you won't be able to see it, but just underneath the reactor, I went ahead and I put like a small, I think it was like a 3x3 plate of heavy armor. So that way, if anything tries to get a direct shot at the reactor from underneath, there is going to be some armor there to help stop that, at least once. If they get another shot off, though, that's basically going to take out the reactor. But I'm trying to make this so that there are some redundancies here. Okay, let's swap these. No, I have not, Kintar. Not yet. But I also don't have my own personal copy of it, so... let's see. The stuff in the server glitch sent me into a somersault and spin, and I crashed hard, oddly. Oh, yeah. No, fair enough. That definitely sounds like... Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. I know, Kintar. I know. Like, Hello Games really has just decided we're going to just make the best damn space game we can. And they have been doing a fantastic job with it. So kudos to them. I'm actually glad that they've managed to do that. Go. I know, right? Actually, cake sounds really good right about now. All right. I need... what I am... thinking about, which me and thinking is going to be fun today. Let's do... and to touch on, Coffee, your talk of RP/realism for a playthrough, it is interesting how, and especially a lot of us who've been playing for a while, how we attempt to maintain the realism of our playthrough as much as possible. And one of the things is, and this is true for any sort of fiction, if you will. Ooh, that's actually been in there for a while. That's been in there for at least a few updates. But the realism of a thing is something that a lot of people have talked about off and on for years. It's one of those great sort of debates. is, this isn't realistic, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, this is fictional. But there is something to be said for the realism of the universe itself, the rule set of that particular universe. A great example of this is, I'm going to have to get rid of that anyway, the magic system that is used in something like Harry Potter. It has a specific set of rules. Now, granted, those rules have changed a little bit over time, but it has maintained its own internal logic system. And that's the same sort of basis for the way that we tend to play Space Engineers, for instance, is we give ourselves a sort of logic base and then work off of that for everything else we do. Now, granted, the game gives you a huge amount of freedom, but within that freedom, we as players tend to condense it down into, these are the rules that I choose to follow. Everything else outside of that, I will do my best to stay away from. It depends. We don't see that's part of the problem with the current vertical slice, is that we don't really know what that's going to look like once it hits survival. I would absolutely love it if there was still scrap, and I would absolutely love it if there was still hey, what's up, Alfarius? I would absolutely love it if there was still, and actually if the destruction system made it more likely to find scrap. Awesome. Let's see. It really depends on how it's edited and how it is presented. I think what would make space battles without sound more interesting is if they are presented like submarine battles, where the emotional tension is carried by the actors, by the internal portions of the scene, as opposed to the external sources. Yeah. And that's why there's a technique that gets used a lot, and especially in action movies, where it's I believe it's called the carry through. And essentially what you'll have is you will have two scenes back to back. They're spliced together, where an actor will start a particular action. They'll go to throw a punch. And then in the very next scene will be actually kind of pulled back a second or half a second. And so you don't see the start of that action, but you see halfway through. And it carries through and allows the audience to see not only the start of the action, but then also the carry through of that action. So what they could do when editing a scene like that, where you have a railgun shot from outer space, outside, it fires the railgun and it hits the ship. And the very next scene is just before the hit, just before the rail shot hits. And then the impact and the explosions inside. So you not only get to see it from a realism perspective outside, but then you also get the interior reaction shot, if you will. And that's just one of those editing things that, over time, you pick up on stuff like that, on ways to make it easier for the audience to get more invested in what's going on. while again maintaining the internal logic of whatever your medium is. That dude is fucking close. A rhombulus? The hell's a rhombulus? I know what a rhombus is, but not a rhombulus. Actually, funny story. Years and years and years ago, my brother and I don't know if our sister was playing with us as well, but we were playing Scrabble. And that son of a bitch little brother of mine pulls out the word rhomboid. And I was like, what the hell kind of word is that? And we had to go ask my dad. And my dad was like, oh yeah, no, that's an actual word. This is what it means. And I was like, that is such bullshit. Awesome. So we got the main hanger laid out and have found 7 optimal positions. Well, that's good. Well, I'm glad you're making progress there, Alfarius. I know that was one of those things that we were talking about last week was, making sure that you don't have too many warheads, but you have just enough so that you can get the job done if you needed to. Let's see, speaking of needing to, let's see about... Alrighty then. I guess that's what a rhombulus is. Good Lord, Alfarius, you guys really are going all out on this thing. I know, right? Let's see, I need that. This is where it's going to get a little bit more interesting because of the fact that we've got weird armor placement. But I want something a little bit different with this. I want something outside of my ordinary. Probably going to have to do some weird stuff with this. Can I get that in there? Yes, I can. And 7. That's not where you go. And it's funny you should mention that, Alfarius. As oftentimes we tend to build or attempt to build really large constructions that are going to have, these particular functions. Can I get around that? No, I can't. Okay. They're going to do these particular things when the reality is we're probably not ever going to actually have them do those things. But that's also kind of the fun of it, is can we get this to work? And can we actually do it? I think that's really what it is. It's that desire to do something that we feel like we know intellectually we can do it. On paper, we know we can do it. But the reality is this something that we'll be able to do? Absolutely. Always make your hangars multifunctional. Oh, that door is going to become a problem. If that door wasn't there, I could pull this off in a way that I want to. Bye-bye, door. Okay. We'll figure out something else for that. Yes. Oh, God. Oh, man. The number of times Fant was like, okay, well, no jetpack for 5 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever. And all of a sudden you're like, well, crap. I needed to get up to that spot right there. That might be fun for another playthrough as well. Is a no jetpack playthrough. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, unfortunately, Alfarius, telling me about a ship in terms of like it's this size doesn't mean much without a frame of reference. That's like me telling somebody, oh yeah, that could totally fit in Apocalypse. Unless you know what Apocalypse I'm talking about, from what universe, and what it is, you're like, okay, awesome. Let's start the Apocalypse. But I'm glad for you. Okay, see, that makes a lot more sense. There we go. Good Lord. That's not a hangar. That's a freaking planet in disguise. Don't try and lie to me. You're making a Death Star. Which is cool. Don't get me wrong. Making your own personal Death Star is never a bad thing. There you go. And one of the things that I like to do, Coffee, in that particular case, is I approach the build from a lore perspective at that point. That was one of the things when I was working on the junkyard down on Pertum, was I was constructing things from the perspective of there are people that live here on a day-to-day basis. How would they get around? They wouldn't necessarily have a jetpack, stuff like that. What do you mean, future Sith Lord? I need more bulletproof glass. I have. I do. Awesome. Now, the Jedi are cool and all, but let's be real. Everybody knows the Sith are way more badass. There we go. And I could probably do... Where's my 2x1s? Let's do... Nice. Technically, Darth Jar Jar is actually canon. Disney kind of did that, strangely enough. Like one of the best things that they actually did. But there was a comic that they did that made Darth Jar Jar canon. Okay, why are you not? There we go. Oh, you are an evil, evil bastard. I like that. God, I remember. Oh, years ago we were playing, was playing Eve, and the alliance that I was in, there was like, I don't know, 12 or so of us that were just chilling one night. And we were talking about just absolute horrible internet memes. And of course, meat spin wound up getting brought up. And so one of the guys, he went and he checked it out. The stubborn son of a bitch, while he's watching it, goes, "Hey, that chick's really hot." And we all start laughing hysterically. We're like, are you watching the right one? Watch that again. He watches it again. He's like, fuck you guys. You guys are so screwed up. And we all just start losing our shit over it. It was fantastic. Oh, man. He wound up getting the nickname Meat Spin, by the way. If you've never seen it, my apologies. You are going to be scarred for a while. Although not nearly as bad as some of the other stuff that's been out there, but I'm not going to subject you guys to all of the horrors of the internet right away. I'm looking for that. 8. But, you know, I miss the old internet. Everything has become very homogenized. Okay, that's not too bad. Like that seems like that sounds like a proper carrier size, honestly. There's that. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't want that or that one. Because I need... What do I need? Let's do... Aha. That sounds kind of interesting. That's not one I've ever heard of before. That would definitely make it more exciting. go. Here we go. I actually really like the look of that. And what I'll do is let's see. Sure. This actually is turning out different than I expected. Hopefully that gives you an advantage in numbers. I mean, here we go. Actually really like the look of that. Now I just need something more in here. Oh, this is awkward. Do not like. Okay, there we go. There. Fair point. Whenever you have a good group of people, and especially people that you can trust to like get the job done, that does make it a lot more fun and interesting. Okay, yeah, that's not going to work. Shazbot. So I think what I'll have to do is, much as I want to put that there, we're just going to have to fill this in. That's okay, though. It is what it is. Sure, misclicked. There we are. Not sure how I feel about that yet. Might tweak that. Because it's a little, I don't know, flat. I think I can fix that, though. Let's take... There you go. And for the small sum of just 20 USD, they'll never know at all. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm not blackmailing you. I'm just saying that I'll continue to not say. There we go. I think, yeah, that's going to look better. Yeah, that feels better. Okay. Get rid of... Get rid of those. That's not where I wanted that at all. Okay, yeah, I like that better. That looks good. Okay, where did that... Ah, there it is. Okay, that's funny. Alrighty. We're getting there. Now I just need to do up the arms, the rest of the back of the ship, the bottom portion. She'll be about ready. Well, with friends like that, who needs enemies? Ugh. Okay. Next up, let's see about the arms here. I want them to be probably about that tall. Yeah, that'll work. I might make them a little bit smaller. Jesus. That's okay. My brother's done that as well. He is notorious for flying stuff into other stuff repeatedly. There we go. That feels pretty good. Is that one more, I think? 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6. Yep, one more. Then 2. Awesome. Grab that. There we go. So essentially what these arms are going to do is that they're going to provide additional armor kind of around the mining ship. But they will also be additional attachment points for more thrusters. So that way I have enough thrusting capability around the ship that if some of the thrusters go out while I get attacked, that'll be okay. It won't really cause me to lose too much. I want to be able to, if this thing gets attacked, be able to continue to fly out of the area and get away from it so that I can get back home safely where there is less stuff trying to kill me. That is the general gist of this design. It's a fairly standard shape. A lot of things use this sort of forked design for their design. Because I know that there's two ships. The Vulture from Star Citizen and a similar ship from EVE Online. In fact, This is the funny thing. Let me see if I can look these up. Star Citizen Vulture. Voyages. And Eve Online. I think it's called the Vulture. No, Vulture something different. Salvage. Trying to remember. There it is. Open page. Tab. I need a bigger version of that. What's the name of that ship? The Venture. Okay. Eve on Live. Eve on Live. Venture. Let's see. I'm trying to find a good, larger image of it. Okay, there we go. That's a good one. New tab. Nope, that's a terrible image of that one. Okay, here we go. Let me get these set up side by side. And this is one of those, like, how did one not copy the other? That is true, yes. The crab just seems to be the most efficient design out there, strangely enough. God, they are so damn similar, too. Okay, so that on. Okay, so here's the two ships in question, and I've kind of based my design off of these. So the one here on the left, this is the Vulture, right? There you go. But this is the Vulture. This one's from Star Citizen. This is the salvaging ship. It came out 2 years ago, I think. The one over here, it's a little bit hard to make out all the details. Oh, there we go. That's much better. Yeah. The one over here on the right is the Venture from EVE Online, and it came out probably like, I don't know, 8 years ago? No, had to been longer than that. It's been out for quite a while. And if you look at the two of them, it is like, it's almost impossible to look at the Star Citizen one and be like, oh yeah, that was totally made in a vacuum. They had no idea what they were, that there was another ship that was just like it. Because there are so many design similarities between the two. That's the Venture from EVE Online. I know, right? Exactly. They even serve roughly the same purpose in their respective games. The Venture is meant to be a salvage ship. That is part of the problem and why people called them out on it. Exactly. So it's one of those that it just it's very typical of CIG's ship design teams is they borrow a lot, and I mean a lot, from other media. Not necessarily a bad thing, though. But yeah, that is the comparison between those two ships. But also, that brings us to the design of my ship, which is heavily inspired by. Because ultimately, it's a good design. It's cool looking. It's interesting. It absolutely does. Some of my favorite ships come from EVE Online. Uh, Good question. Star Wars ISD1. Um, Honestly, I'd have to give it up to the ISD. And the biggest reason why is because it has one thing that the UNSC does not have, and that's deflector shields. It also has a suite of TIE fighters on board that it's capable of launching, if I remember correctly. And with the volume of firepower that it has available to it, I would say just in general it would be able to handle going against the UNSC ships. Even if well, I don't think they would stop it, but they could potentially, depending on what the general makeup of uh, the kinetic payload is, they might be able to deflect it a little bit. But even then, like the UNSC ship has to be able to get its firepower on point as quickly as possible. And I don't know which one's going to be more maneuverable, which one's going to be faster, because that's going to be the other defining factor is how much faster and how much more maneuverable would the Imperial Star Destroyer be comparatively. Because if the ISD is just a more maneuverable ship, then it really doesn't matter if the UNSC has that Mac. Doesn't matter about the Mac round because it won't be able to get on target very easily. That's one of those things that EVE Online taught me was transversal velocity. Basically, if you're pointing in a direction and something is flying across that plane, there are points where the transversal velocity is high enough that you can't track it. And then there are points where it lines up just right. So it really kind of depends on the angles. Yeah, that's the other, because in most cases, they're taking fairly large payloads in terms of the bombers. So it's one of those that with the bomber strikes, we don't know what the overall payload density is on a Star Wars bomb, but they're able to take those pretty handily. The only time that you really see where a ship like takes a true hit is usually some Y-wing or X-wing pilot takes a lucky kamikaze run at the bridge, and then that's it. That ship goes down. Or in the case of Rogue One, where they wound up using the Hammerhead, cruiser in order to push one into the other. So that is not where you're supposed to go. I want to bring this down here. Yeah. Well, it was one of those that they managed. It's been a while since I've seen Rogue One, which is a shame because I really should watch it again. Out of all of the newer Star Wars films, I'm not talking about the shows, but the films, I think Rogue One really is the best of the modern Star Wars movies. It definitely. Hey, what's up, Lennon? Um, that might be too tall. I think that is too tall. Okay, gotta grind this down. Okay, see, I understand where you're coming from, but I would classify Rogue One as part of Star Wars. Even though it is Disney, it still respects Star Wars. So I will give it that. Like, Gareth Edwards did a really good job with that film. So yeah, Revenge of the Sith did have some really cool VFX with the ships. Yes, I am well aware of Kyle Katarn. I have played those games. I own those games. True. The animated Star Wars stuff is actually pretty good as well. This welded up. How many was that? 4. The first season of The Mandalorian is really good. The second season is not. The second season was really good, sort of. Like there were some parts that were very definitely better. And then the third season just sucked ass. I'm sorry, but wait, was there a third season? I don't remember. Yes, there was a third season, but I didn't watch all of it. I've seen clips of it and I didn't much care for it. That was when I kind of checked out. I'm sorry, but as much as I love Baby Grogu, tired of it being a constant, look at this space dad just trying to do the best for his child. It's like, okay, I get it. Move on. Oh, absolutely. Although they did kind of screw over my man Boba Fett. And that I will not abide. Like, it's sad when Boba Fett was more badass in somebody else's show than his own. They really did him wrong in that. Okay, so this and I love the fact that you're bringing this up, and you are 100% correct. However, the problem with that is that all of that stuff gets classified under the extended universe / legacies. That all takes place prior to Disney takeover. So as far as the Lucasfilm Disney through line, you get 1 through 6, Rogue One, Andor, Mandalorian. 7 through 9 exist, but nobody cares. You say it's not a Star Wars movie, and that's fine. I'm the same way with the later series of Doctor Who. Everything after Peter Capaldi doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned. But it is the unfortunate reality that the video games and many of the books just aren't part of the sort of main timeline that they have established. But that's also part of the problem whenever you try and retroactively go back and explain certain things. Like the whole... Like, this is why the Han Solo movie sucked. Well, one of the reasons. Because they were attempting to explain things that didn't need to be explained. Rogue One, and even going back, the Kyle Katarn and the legacy stuff, those were questions that didn't need to be answered. Those were mysteries that didn't need to be solved. And yet, for whatever reason, companies like to go through and explain this stuff through a movie. And it's like, but we didn't need to know, because our imaginations collectively are going to build a better story than anything that these studios could come up with. Hands down, 100%. The fuck are you on about? Lennon bought Lucasfilm. Lucasfilm had the rights to Star Wars. Therefore, Disney now owns Star Wars. There's no legality behind it. The fact that Kathleen Kennedy is a horrible individual and has been dooming it all to the abyss. Like, that's just... What? And yes, that's his name, Lennon. I don't think that's what we're talking about. I thought we were talking about Wookiees. And Star Destroyers. Oh my. Correct. Almost. That's not where you go. There we go. No worries, man. It happens. And go. All right. I don't think I'm going to weld all those up yet. It's because I need to figure out where I'm going to be putting thrusters here. The where and how and the why of it. I can, at the very least, sort of sort... Damn it. Sort this out. There we go. That's starting to fill my desires for this design. Okay. I mean, yay. At the end of the day, if a multi-billion-dollar corporation says that it owns something and most of the lawyers agree, I mean, not much that the little people are going to be able to do about it. Oh, I'm totally on board for the conspiracy that Kathleen Kennedy is specifically trying to tank Lucasfilm as some sort of strange retribution for stuff that happened to her in the past. Like, it's all just her way of trying to make George Lucas look, like trying to ruin whatever his legacy was. Because I'm sorry, like, so many missed opportunities to make Star Wars an amazing franchise, and it's been nothing but misses as far as the movies go. I honestly I don't know enough about the Italian historical military to say one way or the other, so I don't know. And honestly, Lennon, I've never been surprised by the fact that large corporations are capable of getting away with some really heinous crap. The sad reality is that, and this is just one of those facts of life kind of thing. If you have that much money, you can get away with a lot of really terrible stuff. It's not even remotely close to a whole other level. Let's be realistic. Our own government has done way worse. Oh. But that's for a completely different stream. Let's see. Let's bring this down. Of course I did. Not surprised on that one either. Like, if we're really going to get into the nitty gritty of it, the reality is this. Too much money going to too many different people in too many different pockets. And nobody wants to make the money stop flowing. That's just the way of it. Yeah, go ahead, man. Ask away. I'm always happy to answer questions. Go. These welded up. And there we go. There's no segue. There's no good segue for that, Lennon. And yeah, keep going, Alfarius. I'm paying attention. There we go. I am so used to being able to hold like 2 or more conversations at the same time. It's terrible. There we go. All right. I want... Oh no, time to recharge. Oh, I'm gonna need some more water here shortly. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, they probably do. Fair enough, Lennon. I've done that before too, where I'd taken a sabbatical from a particular game, and when I come back, I'm like, how do I even? Okay. Now, one thing that really set the Germans apart from a lot of other militaries was that up to a point they did have certain level of technological superiority, which is part of the reason why the Blitzkrieg worked so well and why it was difficult for other countries to be able to replicate that. Um, the only one of the big reasons why America was able to compensate against the Blitzkrieg is because of sheer numbers. Yes, that great infrastructure locally. And then after a while, their logistics trains started breaking down. That was the biggest problem. All right. Let's see. I need... Let's do that. And that. Ooh, I can do this there, and then I could probably put a thruster in here. Maybe. We'll have to see. Why are you trying to be dumb, Cruz? Just do it one at a time like you had before. Okay. Fair segue there, Lennon. So the question really comes down to, Lennon, there's... Okay. I see what... Okay, so you've subbed the item, and now you want to be able to build it in the game. There's 2 ways to go about that. And it really kind of depends on how the ship is actually constructed. You could directly import it, or you can... okay. Or you can use a projector to bring it into the game. But what you would want to do... Let's save this real quick. And I need to do a couple of things. So first of all, no, Wrong one. Okay. Oh, no, that's okay. It all works the same. So essentially, you have two different ways of bringing an object in. Actually, you know what? No, we won't do that. Let's save this. We're going to switch to my creative save real quick because that'll just be easier. And I can show you both ways to do this. All right, Alfarius, have a good one, buddy. Stay out of trouble there. Go to tutorial day. And as as far as starting a game to bring the ship in, just start a star system. Um, just a regular star system. You can leave it normal. That's fine. Just let it load up. It'll be good. And then almost there. Okay, so if you start the game, if you're in creative mode, which if you're doing it in creative mode, you'll be able to just paste it in directly. No big deal. If you start the game in survival mode, you'll have to do something first. And again, in survival mode, there's two ways to do this. We'll first do it the creative mode route. So in a survival game, you'll have one extra step here, but what you'll want to do is Alt F10, and that'll open up your admin screen. Yeah, go ahead. Actually, you know what? Go ahead and do that. I'm going to go grab some water real quick and probably a snack. And I shall be back in just a few. That and then there. Okay, back in just a second. Alrighty, we are back. Swap that. And I've got a little white fuzzy visitor. Well, hey there. Come on. Do you want over here or not? You came down here to get attention. You coming over here? Yeah, that's fine. Come on. There you go. You're almost there. You're almost there. Come on. Keep going. There we go. Ah, gotcha. Gotta pay the cat tax every once in a while. Hey, what's up, Angel? How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, good old Smudge. Yeah, happy kitty. Oh, nice. Hope it was a good trip. That. Okay. Oh, can't complain. Well, I could complain. I can complain all day long. That's like my superpowers, being able to complain. Other than that, though, doing all right. Yeah, I can complain about you. All right. So, Lennon, let me know when you're ready, and I'll show you how to do the thing. You gonna jump? You gonna jump? Yes, you are. That over there. You were just over here. Don't pretend like, oh no, I never get any love. I know. Oh wow. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. Glad it was a good, relaxing time. I think everybody deserves a little bit of that every once in a while. A chance to revitalize and refresh. Okay. Oh, God, I'm getting old. And actually, this month, coming up next week, 44th birthday. This is sort of a new save. This is a save that I go to when I need to either answer some questions or just quickly show off certain things. This is not the save that we're working on, though. But Lennon had a question about how to import something from the Steam Workshop, so I was going to show that off. That is a hell of a view. That just looks, you know what? That's getting screenshotted. Because, yeah, no worries. That's one thing that, despite the age of this game, it still looks gorgeous. Thank you. Yeah, it's a strange thing when you realize that you have reached a certain age in your life. Like hitting 40 was one of those things like, oh my God, I hit 40. But then every year after that, you're just like, okay, this is just getting worse. It's now the downhill portion of this. As they say, youth is wasted on the young. Exactly. Although, in all fairness, that check engine light has been on for most of my life, so What? What? You were just over here. What? You know how to jump over my arm. You've done it before. Yeah, I love you. But you come into my lap, you sit here for 5 minutes, and then you leave. Your Dobby can take it. Just give him a sock. Get the tail out of my face. Yeah, she's constantly needing attention. Even when she's getting attention, she needs attention. Well done, Kintar. Well done. And that is exactly how it feels. Oh, okay, here. What you're seeing in the upper right-hand corner is that experimental mode. That just means that you're typically running some sort of scripts or something like that, and that's fine. In order to turn that off, to turn off that experimental mode warning, hit Shift and F1, and that'll bring up this window for warnings. Then just come down here to where it says Show Warnings in Game, and uncheck that. Then hit Close. And it'll go away, and you don't have to worry about that ever again. And it's funny how many people will take screenshots, or I was on the Space Engineers Discord, and I was looking at a lot of the screenshots that people are posting, and so many people have that turned on. So many streamers have that turned on still. That's like, did you guys never just look at what it says and just do the thing? Like, what the hell? Now, I understand it for console because you don't necessarily have the same key combinations to turn it on and off still. But anyway, so you've downloaded something from the workshop and you want to go ahead and you want to import it. The easiest way to do that is to go ahead and do it through a creative game. Just go ahead and start up a new creative game, a creative mode game, and you can do that in the star system or whatever. It doesn't matter. Yes, I do that too. Oh, to turn on experimental mode? Let's see. Yeah. So for that, you want to go to hit escape, and you'll probably actually have to exit. Let's back this train up. Okay, so from the main menu, options, game, turn on experimental mode. That's all you got to do. And then just hit OK. That's okay. I've done that before too. How do you download the game? Find a 13-year-old and ask them to do it for you. And then while they're at it, have them program your VCR. Oh, man. Those were definitely the days. Oh, great. Grandpa needs his VCR reprogrammed again because the time is flashing. Good menu music, though. What are you doing over there, Goober? God, those are good chips. My sister wound up finding these chips. Look them up real quick. You know how to get in my lap. Yes. Huh. Interesting. You know what? You're just gonna get that one arm's completely smudged in white fur, aren't you? But anyway, it's a kind of chip. It's kind of like a pork rind if you've ever had one, but it's made of wheat instead. And then it's like covered in a spicy powder kind of stuff. And ordinarily, I don't usually go for spicy stuff. There's just something about it that is very addicting. Addictive. Get in the lap. So I can squeeze you down into a little white fur ball. Anyway, so to turn on experimental mode, we'll go back over that again. Just options, game, and then just turn on experimental mode. Make sure that this is checked. And then you hit OK. And then you load up the whatever game you were going to load up. And we'll just beat you. Yeah, that feels good, doesn't it? You're getting old too. You are so old. I sometimes forget just how old the cats are because they always act like kittens. But they're 15 years old. You're an old lady at this point. Okay, up you go. All right, so now you are back in game. With any luck, your experimental mode thing has gone away. You're either in a survival game or you're in creative. Either way. So what we're going to do is if you are in a basic survival game and you just want to copy a particular blueprint directly into your game without having to build it, what you'll want to do is hit Alt F10. That'll bring up your admin screen. And then from there, make sure to tick Enable Creative Mode Tools. This is going to allow you to do some really cool stuff. And just in general, make it so that you can play survival with creative tools, which can actually be really useful. I know I've used it multiple times on stream when I've needed to just fix something that was really screwed up. And then once you have that enabled, you just want to close that menu. You can hit escape to close it. And then hit just F10 by itself. That's going to bring up your blueprints. And so in this case, let's grab one of the ones that I built. Let's do, yeah, we'll grab order. And what you want to do is select the blueprint, and you can just double click it if you want. And now you will have essentially the object in your hand. And if it's set up right, you can just hit B and that will align it to gravity. If that doesn't work, you can just rotate it with the insert, home, page up, page down, end, and delete. I know, right? And then once you have it oriented the way that you want, just left click and it'll spawn it in. That's basically it. That's really all you have to do. I forgot how much I really like this vehicle. That's fine. And actually that'll probably be good for what you want to do. Let me. There we go. Okay, so let's go to deep space. Yeah, don't worry about that. There we go. In deep space. I am in deep space. Okay, so you're in space and you want to paste a ship. Again, F10. Find the blueprint of the thing that you want to paste in. In this case, we're going to do arc. Which I haven't seen this ship in a long time. And then once you have the ship oriented the way that you want it, left click, spawn it in. And there you go. And then from there, you'll be able to interact with it. That's really all it takes. Yeah, probably. Now, one thing to know is that the reason why we do this in paste it in creative mode sometimes versus any other way that you would normally build it is because sometimes a vehicle will have multiple subgrids. And a subgrid is where you have a main grid. So the ship would be considered a main grid. And then you'll have an object like a hinge or a piston that will then have a secondary attachment point. So you have the main part of the hinge, and then you have the functional part of the hinge. That would be the subgrid. It is a secondary attachment. If you were to use a projector, it would not allow you to build these additional subgrids. So sometimes, and especially if you have a particular blueprint that has a lot of subgrids, you will have to just paste it in. So that is something to bear in mind. That's basically how that works. So just F10, find it, double click, orient, paste. And that's it. That's it. Let's go back to our regular playthrough. There we are. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, because mod.io allows you to, or mod.io is kind of a pain in the ass. And it's one of the reasons why a lot of people are like, we don't want mod.io to be the only method of getting mods for space engineers because it lacks so many features that Steam Workshop has. It really is. It is a huge pain in the ass. So it's one of those that Steam Workshop really is, and that's one of the reasons why the Epic launcher has not succeeded in the same way. Ooh, that sucks. Part of the reason why the um, Epic launcher, the Epic Store, hasn't done as well is because they refuse to even come close to the feature set that Steam has. Like, there are so many things that Steam just does right. And that's because it has been developed over a couple of decades now, and they have come up with some amazing tool sets and features for people to utilize to just make the experience better. I imagine so. I didn't play enough of SnowRunner to really get into the whole modding thing. Part of my problem with SnowRunner was I was expecting the vehicles to behave a specific way, and they just didn't. Um, it just felt wrong as far as the physics go. But that's a me thing more than anything else. Let's slide out a little bit. There we go. And like it, I understand that there is a specific way that the game is trying to be played, but it just didn't feel, I guess, natural is one way to look at it. Strangely enough, for a game about, oh, blast it all to hell. For a game that is about, driving vehicles in harsh conditions, there was just something inherently. Wait a minute. Oh, I know why. Inherently unnatural and unrealistic about the way that everything was interacting. Like the way that the handling was, well, handling. There we go. But I know lots of people love the game, and I know lots of people really enjoy it. So I'm not going to talk too much shit about it. It's just not the game for me. There we go. Now I've got the proper engineer again. Let's fix this. Yeah. Like, and it's like that for a lot of games. That was one of those things that leads me back to the internal consistency, the realism of what you're doing. If the logic makes sense within the confines of the world, that's what we dub as being realistic. However, if it breaks that logic, we cease being immersed, and therefore it is no longer realistic. Oh, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. It's not, this is not a stream that is specifically about space engineers, even though space engineers is pretty much what I stream all the time. I am a lover of video games. And if people want to talk about other video games or things surrounding video games, awesome. I am A-OK with that. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. It's loving video games and all the fun shenanigans we get up to with them. So not not a big deal with me. That might be a bit too much. I'm feeling though. No, that should be fine. That should be fine. Yeah. And that's fair. There are obviously mods that I tend to constantly add to certain games that I play, depending on the game. I'm notoriously bad about looking up not safe for work things for the games that I play. And if one doesn't exist, I figure out how to make it exist, generally speaking. Hey, what's up, Spectre? Not sure how I feel about. Yeah, this has got to go. I got to change this. All right. There we go. And then perfect. Yeah, that's going to feel a lot better. Not quite such a severe corner there. Helps kind of change the profile of this armature here. And there we go. Now, I'm not certain. Let's go ahead. Let's rip this out. Yeah. Yeah, I have. It's definitely odd. Yeah, no, I got it as a Christmas gift from Kintar there. And I tried it out. And the first day it was weird because of all your muscle memory is set for Space Engineers 1. But I played it again a couple days ago. And the control scheme is growing on me. But of course, right now there's also not a whole lot to do, so. But I also want to wait until there's more blocks before, like devoting more streaming time to it. What? hell? Hold on a second. I'm getting a lot of weird static on my audio, my speakers. I hope that doesn't mean they're dying. That would really piss me off. I've had them for too long. Like, just one more thing that I have to save up to replace. Damn it. Okay. I think what I'll do next is on the interior portion, we'll go ahead and use the regular half slope instead of the 2x1s. And I think that will look a little bit better. It'll make the arms look a little bit better. Then I just got to figure out how and where to place some thrusters. Let's knock out this stuff and take out these. These little slope tips are always the most annoying. I will say this for Space Engineers 2. The change over to the unified 25 centimeter grid is probably one of the best things that they could have done. Because, first of all, it alleviates the big problem that a lot of people will sometimes have with, I need a block for large or for small grid that only exists in large grid format, or I need a block for large grid that only exists in small grid. And so by having the unified grid, you completely do away with that problem. And it's no longer an issue. Because it's now just, I need to make sure that this block fits for what I want to do. So I'm really excited to see how all that plays out when they do add things like the conveyor network and conveyor pipes and such, and when we start actually having machines that are functional and that sort of thing. It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out and how that all works together. And then, of course, and this is one thing that I wish they would stop doing. I wish they would stop making their ion thrusters so damn weak. Like, I understand that it's cool to have ion thrusters and that they make them weak so that you need a lot of them, and hydrogen is still something that is necessary. Well, they will eventually have the subgrids because of the fact that they are going to have like hinges, rotors, and pistons. So you can't not have subgrids. But it is a situation where we're not sure how that is going to function because of the fact that it, with the unified grid, it does kind of change things up. However, they already did test videos, if you will, and physics tests with subgrids. That was one of the reasons why they went with the physics engine Havoc 22. Is because it was the most physics stable for what they were wanting to do and what they were looking to do. And they have lots of videos that they posted up where they were playing around with the physics with like multiple subgrids and whatnot. So it was something that they were aware of, because phantom forces is one of the biggest issues. But then also joint rigidity has been a problem in the past, where just enough enough mass is put on a joint that it starts breaking in weird ways. Oh, absolutely. Like, that's half the fun. If you're not trying to break the game, why are you even playing? All right, let's get this in here. You know what? I kind of want to leave this top corner squared off instead of half sloped like this. Go. I just think that looks a lot better. Yeah, there we go. Weld this up. Ah. Alrighty. Get this welded up, and then I can look at apparently recharging. And then the next thing is just making sure we can get some thrusters in here, which easily get some hydrogen thrusters. Could probably get need to figure out how I want to get an ion thruster in here, or if I want to get ion thrusters. What was it? Your turn? Come on. Oh, don't even, Nibbler. Don't even. Come here. You're coming up here. There we go. Now we cat tax the other one. Yeah. You're just lucky I have my nails right now. Give me another week when I stop being able to type correctly. Then I'll go ahead and cut them. Yeah. Big old baby. Yeah, you just like being squeezed and held. Yeah. Okay. Let's see about this. Now, I will probably want to go ahead and do. I need to do some hydrogen thrusters facing up. Do I have interior plate? I do. Okay, good. So I need. Let's see. Them closer into there. And I'll do it in a clump of 3. It's a 3. Which then gets me that. All right. Grab our industrial thrusters. And then I'll do probably go. Let's also go ahead and get these welded. Oh yeah, that's right. I was working on welding this up when then all of a sudden it was like, oh yeah, your battery's low. You should go recharge, idiot. Okay. then we do 1, 2, 3. Pop this down here. And this just makes it so that we have an attachment point for our conveyor junctions. I want... Perfect. I should be able to get these welded up without any issue. There, there, and there. And then as far as their conveyoring, bring this up. Bring that around. Just make sure that we get all of this done up before I start like adding more armor to it. That way I at least know it's going to be properly connected for when I need it. Let's get you guys done up. Awesome. And those should come on. I might have to move the ship just a little bit so that way it registers that they are indeed active. Yeah, that's. I can actually do it from here. There we go. All right, and then let's get these. Actually, you know what? I should go grab some more construction components. Grab some material plate. Will get welded. Okay. And again. To keep this as sort of straight as possible so I don't have weird pipes everywhere. That just seems wrong. Because it kind of is. Nope, that one. That's why it was kind of wrong. Because it was. There we go. All right, and then we just grab what we need for these. Awesome. There we go. And then again. There. Awesome. All right, and now for the bottom facing ones, I've got the two thrusters there. So I could probably do a series of small warfares here. Not there. That needs to come down further. Awesome. Let's go ahead and get these in place. And on this one specifically, this particular build, I wanted to make sure that I was using a hybrid thruster setup, which is not something that I've really done previously. I usually tend to stay with the same thruster type throughout the build. So if I'm doing hydrogen, it's all hydrogen. If I'm doing atmospheric, it's all atmospheric. So this is one of the first times that I've really done a setup that is both hydrogen and ion. And in fact, I very rarely use ion thrusters, mostly because they're so damn weak. If they weren't as weak as they are, I would tend to use them more frequently. And especially when you consider the thrust versus power necessary to operate them, they always just come across as not power efficient. But once you get a reactor and you get some decent uranium, power isn't always a bottleneck like it is in the early game. So I can go ahead and kind of finish that off. I don't know if I'm going to have a second set of thrusters here yet. I think we'll wait and see how I feel about it. But I want to go ahead and get more of the body of this done, as I want to give this its first flight. And I might need to go grab some more steel plate. Over here. Yep, more steel plate. Always more steel plate. And then I do need to also put in some, looks like, yeah, so I'm probably going to want some hydrogen thrusters down here as well, going off to the sides, since I don't have any currently for that. I only have the ion thrusters. Yeah, so having side thrusters for hydrogen will be good. And that'll kind of start tying up our loose ends here. This, I've got to change this though. Looking at this, like, that is just all sorts of wrong. And then, oops. How do I do that? Actually, you know what? The way I had it before, I think it's just going to have to work. It is? Yeah. Get back here. You. Thank you. All right. And then I'll just do this here. Yeah, that'll be fine. Not 100% ideal, but I also don't hate it. You. That'll look good. Same with this. Awesome. I just realized I can't really do that because of the way that I've got this set up. So Yeah, it'll just have to be like that. I don't know. I might play around with the front of this. Maybe recess it a little bit differently, or just flatten it out and come up with something else for making it look a little bit more, uh, adding depth to it. That's one of the things that I like to do, is find ways where I can add depth to the hull, make it look a little more interesting. But let's get that thrown in there. And perfect. I just have to get these connected up, which I can do with and like that. Excellent. Beautiful. Come up with different methods of armoring this. That'll probably be something that I do like tomorrow or something. Right now, it's mostly just get it armored, get it ready for usage, and then we'll go from there. As I want to take it out and maybe either get some uranium or get some platinum. One of the two. The nice thing is, though, that I can fly it either from this ship or from the actual carrier itself. One of the things that I'm definitely going to have to do is go through and grab all of the thrusters and put them into a single reverse thrusters group. Or, make all of the thrusters together and then also do one that's specifically for the reverse thrusters. So that way I can fly it and not have it constantly try and decelerate, which can sometimes be a problem. Let's get these in here. Awesome. And we are. Okay, now we just need to finish off the connection for here. Eyeball, why you do this? Honestly, it's because I didn't sleep so well last night. My sleep schedule is all screwed up right now. Like, I tried to go to sleep last night, and I was laying there, and then I started getting this weird pain in my chest, but I couldn't quite tell exactly where. And of course, as I've gotten older, I've started to worry more about the various aches and pains that I get. And so I was like, you know what? I am now wide awake. So we're just not going to go to sleep for a little while. Which, of course, doesn't help with the aches and the pains. All right, now we're going to run armor down here. And like I said, I'll probably come back through and add some dimensionality to this. I just want to go ahead and get this done up. Kind of get this cleaned up and ready to go. Yeah, she's looking nice though. I'm starting to reach a point where I am happy with the overall design of the ship. I do have a particular ship design and idea. Have an idea for a particular ship design in mind. Wow. That I want to play around with that I think will actually be kind of cool. Pain in the ass, but it'll be cool. All right. Hey, what's up, Definite Crane? How you doing? Sure. What sort of help you need, buddy? I am always happy to answer questions. um, so I guess the best question to ask is, how much of the game have you played so far? There we go. And okay, so brand new, never played before. Okay. So I'm going to do just a quick sort of crash course on essentially what you're doing to play the game. What's going to wind up happening is when you start a new game, you're going to get the choice of, let's do this. So to start up a new game, what you're going to want to do is there's a couple of different ways that you can go about this. If you just want to jump in and you just want to start playing, what you want to do is you want to go to new game and you want to choose, make sure sandbox and then star system. And then just hit start. And that'll get you directly into the game. And what'll happen is that you'll get a drop down, or you'll get a list of the different planets that you can go ahead and get started on. I always recommend get started on Earth-like. Earth-like is going to be the planet that is the easiest to start from because you don't have to worry about running out of oxygen. Ice is very easy to start, very easy to get to. You should. Everybody has star system. Like, that's literally part of the base game is star system. You might have to scroll through the list a little bit. Oh. See? You didn't mention that. Space engineers. S5. Let me see what that is. Okay. Yeah, so essentially. Oh, you don't. Okay, you don't do that. You will want to start a home system that's going to get you Earth, Moon, and Mars. Okay. Let's load up tutorial day again. I know, right? But in all fairness, every other survival game out there, every single one asks for wood. So, in all fairness, it is one of those assumptions that everybody makes is that, okay, I just have to go and punch wood real quick and then I can start playing the game. So, let's go ahead and delete that. Yes, go bye bye. Hold. Slow down a little bit. Oop, too far. Welcome back. There we go. Okay. So when you first land, you're going to land in something that looks kind of like. Let me get rid of this here.
Inventory full.
Rid of that. Okay. Yeah, no worries. But essentially, you're going to land in this. Let's get that. Once you land, you will have just this. There are two major components on this thing, on the escape pod. On the back here, you have your survival kit. And then on the other side, you're going to have your O2H2 generator, oxygen and hydrogen. Those are the two main gases that you're worried about. The survival kit has a keypad on the side here that, if you just interact with it, will allow you to recharge your oxygen and hydrogen should you need to. But if you interact with this back panel here, you get this screen, or at least you should get this screen. And this is what's going to allow you to start playing the game, pretty much. The biggest thing is coming over to. Of course it would. Of course the PS5 version is different. Anyway, you should still wind up with a survival kit, and you should still have an O2H2 generator. That part should be roughly the same. This is why this is why the PC version is so much better. But I'm also PC master race. I understand why people play on console though. So the big thing is that for your survival kit, when you're interacting with it, you should get the option for production here. And when you go under production, let's kill all the rest of this stuff. You can go ahead and you should have the icon here under blueprints for ingots. And essentially, this is going to let you queue up items. And this is going to take stone and turn it into iron, nickel, and silicon. And that's how you're going to get started. Don't ask me how to queue things up on PS5. I don't know. I can tell you how to do it on a keyboard and mouse, but I don't know how to do it with a controller. So anyway, what all do I have on me anyway? Okay, I see. I'm just going to shove this stuff over here for now. Yes, to get started, stone is going to be what you're drilling up. And what I would recommend is that there's two modes for your drill. There's collection mode, and then there's clearing mode. Collection mode is going to make a smaller hole, but is going to basically try and drill out the material. So you'll get the little stones here. I think I have mods turned on, so you're not going to really. Oh, yeah, there it goes. So that'll drill out the stone, and you'll actually see it pop out. And then you just pick it up, carry it back to your survival kit. Yeah, no worries. Oh. It's getting on near lunchtime, too. Grab some of those. I wonder. Wow, learn how to spell YouTube. Space. Years. PS5. Okay.
Hey guys, it's me, Winter in Vegas. Today I'm here playing.
Yep. Okay. That might be worthwhile. Yeah, man, there's just all the tutorials are for the PC version. And there's just nothing that's nothing really for console, which is a shame because I know that there are a lot of console players. Now, granted, a lot of them do wind up migrating over to PC eventually, especially once they start getting to see what mods are like, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, there's that stuff." Okay, but I think this is something that we've talked about previously when it comes to console versus PC. The barrier to entry for a console is just buy the console, buy the game. With PC, it's buy the PC, set up your operating system, get Steam, yada yada yada, all this stuff. So, and getting a PC capable of playing Space Engineers, at least these days, is a lot cheaper than it used to be, just because the hardware costs have gone down. But it definitely is one of those situations where consoles still have the edge when it comes to being able to just jump in and play. However, that being said, I think what's interesting is that with every generation, consoles are becoming more and more like PCs, and Windows is becoming more and more like Mac. That's the funniest thing. Like, why Microsoft keeps trying to chase after Apple, I will never understand. Windows has a much larger market share than Apple does as far as an operating system. Not to mention the fact that it absolutely, yes, which is literally, well, no, because Mac was originally designed off of Unix, which Linux, if I remember correctly, has its roots in Unix. Most everything has its roots in Unix, really. FreeBSD, okay. It's been a while since I saw the YouTube video that talked about it. But it's one of those things that, you know, everything started from like one or two different sources. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, man. And awesome. Welcome back. So I was trying to look up some tutorials on YouTube that might be helpful for later on. I did find one that is the controls for PlayStation. This one will probably be useful for you for later on, just as reference, so that you can go back and watch it. Yeah, that was one thing about Mac OS that was there are aspects of Mac OS which are cool, but then the rest of it is just such a huge pain in the ass. All right. But essentially, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to collect a bunch of stone, bring it back to your survival kit, empty it out, and you'll start getting, all of the stuff here: the iron, silicon, and nickel. Once you get some of that, then you can start building these parts here. And these are going to be sort of the building blocks for everything you build after that. The biggest thing, the two big ones that you're going to make the most are steel plates and most likely interior plates, at least at the start. Steel plates are what you use to put armor down. So these light armor blocks here, let me make it daytime so it's actually easy to see again. There we go. So these are in my way. Gotta go away. Give me a second here. I'm just tearing this down so that it's easier to describe what's going on. Okay. So these blocks here are actually unwelded light armor blocks. So what you would do is you would make some steel plate. So I've got some already here. And you want to make sure it's in your inventory. Then you would select the light armor block off of your bar. And again, definitely reference that video for the controls because I don't know what they are on console. And then once you have the armor block, what you'll want to do is sort of find a location where you're happy with it. And then just drop it. Oh yeah, I'm in creative mode. Let me undo that. So you can see what it looks like. So what you'll do is you'll get it in this unwelded form. And that's fine. You don't have to weld it up for it to be structurally useful. In fact, a lot of times you'll see people who will have large chunks of unwelded armor everywhere because they're using that to kind of plan out where they're going to have their base or their vehicle or what have you. So it's okay if you have sections of this unwelded for long periods of time. It'll happen. But as long as you are looking at the face of one, they will snap to each other, kind of like Minecraft or any of the others. And then once you have yourself a little platform, the next few things you're going to wind up building. I don't know, I'm throwing a lot of stuff at you, but this is just a quick and dirty how-to. I highly recommend that you do look up some beginner tutorials on YouTube, just because, again, they will be better long-term reference for you to be able to, like, okay, I need to follow along with this. These are the things that I need. What was that I missed? And then circle back. So definitely look up some tutorials on YouTube. There are a lot of really great ones. In fact, and I know it won't be a one-to-one because of the fact that you are on console, but one of the ones that, let's see if, yes, thank you. This is one of the series of videos, and this content creator, Splitsy, probably one of the best ones out there. I highly recommend watching his tutorial videos. You will learn a lot of really useful information about how to play Space Engineers in general. And he's got a great content format for being able to follow along. And just in general, I've learned a lot over the years from watching his videos, so I will never not suggest other people watch it. Oh, absolutely. They are some of the best out there. So, yep, very easy to follow. And then he also has some let's play series as well that are a lot of fun, while also still going over how to do certain things. But as far as the next things that you're going to need, once you get yourself a little platform, what you'll need is a battery, a basic assembler, a basic refinery, as well as a wind turbine. And you will most likely build it in the order of basic assembler, wind turbine, battery, and then basic refinery. And that's essentially how you will probably get started. And this doesn't have to be your forever home. This doesn't have to be your permanent base. Oftentimes, this may just be a starting outpost. And you either pack it up and move it, or it just stays there and you go to a different location. Let's not start getting into separate grids just yet. That's like a whole other can of worms. That's one of those that you start getting into some weird stuff. I will say, there are two different types of building grids. That is, and I think that's what you mean. There is small grid, which is what your escape pod is going to be. This rover is actually small grid. The ship over here is small grid. And all that refers to is that they are smaller blocks. Fair enough. And then there's large grid here, which is what these blocks are. And large grid is what you will build bases out of. You can also build large ships with large grid. So there's lots of different possibilities with both. And then small grid is primarily what you're going to see, rovers, small ships, that sort of thing. Although you can build very large ships in small grid. I've done it before. But like I said, a lot of information that's going to be thrown at you. It's okay if it doesn't all stick right away. A lot of us have hundreds, if not thousands, of hours in the game, and we still screw up sometimes a lot. So don't feel bad. Your first 10 or 20 or 30 hours, if there's just a lot of stuff that you're not quite understanding or it just doesn't quite make sense, that's okay. Space Engineers is one of those games that I wouldn't even say it's easy to pick up and hard to master. It's just one of those games that can sometimes feel a little daunting because it doesn't give you a clear line of do this, do that. Here's this quest. Go here, get this stuff. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you can actually do that, but that's one of those things that's a learning moment. He's just starting the game, so let's get to the point of being able to build stuff and then worry about edge cases. But once you get to the point where you have a little outpost like this, then you're going to start looking to find actual ore deposits. And there are, most of them you're going to find on the planet. Not yet. I'm actually getting to that. But in most cases, you're going to find iron, nickel, and silicon everywhere. You will also be able to find cobalt, which is the other major one, but you can't get cobalt from stone. I do not have a server. I always play single player. I might at some point in time, and I always say this, I might set up a server, and I really should. I'll have to see about doing it. The only problem is setting up a server with enough empty slots is kind of on the expensive side right now. But anyway. But eventually, you will start needing to look for ore. And that's what your drill is going to be for, is that it can look for ore. It'll find ore deposits up to 50 meters away. Alaska latency isn't too bad. Oh, wow. Did I just see that already? Yes. Holy crap. This works out great. Here goes an example of ore underground. And you can see it, magnesium here. Just going to drill down real quick. Just drill underground for a little bit. And hopefully be able to show you what ore looks like. Get to it. Yeah, there's a certain point where you just have kind of a mod overload. That's why with my latest playthrough, I've tried to cut back on the mods. Like that's something even in my World of Warcraft playthrough this latest time, I've tried having less mods than I normally do, just because of the fact that sometimes it can get a little too cluttered. Okay, I know there's such a huge pain in the ass. Okay, I know there's right here. Well, it's just like dealing with mod conflicts in Skyrim. Although Mod Organizer did make that a lot easier. Okay, here we go. Finally. So you'll know that you have come across some ore because it will be a different color. The ones that are kind of a pain to find, though, it may not be all that easy, are like silicon. Yeah, silicon actually looks like just black dust. It's kind of rough sometimes. But once you get to the ore that you're after, good question. Don't know. I don't generally look at the, let's find out. Those are recommended. I think in most cases, those are going to be official servers. Yeah, looks like these are all. What are you doing over there, Goober? It might be. I never play Well, I shouldn't say I never play. I very rarely play multiplayer, so I don't know. But let's go pop back over to a regular playthrough. But like I said, check out those videos. That's going to be way more information at a more reasonable rate that'll help you get started. It might have come with the Contacts DLC or Contact DLC. Yeah, no worries. And then I'm always happy to answer questions that I can't answer. Obviously, there's going to be some discrepancy between PC and PS5. But as Nightbot keeps mentioning, I do have a Discord if you want to join it. I'm almost always around. Plus, there's quite a few people on the Discord who are also longtime players of Space Engineers, and we're always happy to answer questions for new players. Oh, it has been? Okay. It just shows how much we pay attention. But yeah. In fact, I've honestly, all out of all the guys that, we hang out with, Brock, Star, Code, and all of you guys, I've never seen anybody not willing to answer questions. And I think that's one of those really great things about the Space Engineers community in general is everybody is just so happy to bring in new players. You could just get up here. Come here. Up there. There you go. Now over here. Okay, now over here. So, get schmutz on your. Come here. Hey. There we go. That's it, absolutely. And it's not just the cooperativeness. It's the. I think what it is because of the fact that the Space Engineers community is as small as it is, we love to bring new people into it so that we can kind of share our hobby with everybody else, with all the new people, and continue perpetuating it. Oh, God, yes. Or, as I was talking about earlier, World of Warcraft is apparently some of the most degenerate of players out there. Which, of course, the amusing thing is I've been playing WoW a lot lately. Oh, thank you for the follow there, Definite Grain. Much appreciated. All right. Where were we? Setting this up. Okay, I've got those there. Not sure if I'm going to need more or not. I think part of the problem is that I just don't have any real mass inside of this thing yet. So I don't know if that's going to be enough thrust. I mean, it should be. Let's be realistic here. That's a lot of thrust power. But the other thing is also, let's hop in here. And part of what I want to do is get this rotated. Oh yeah, that moves real well. Absolutely. There's no such thing as any other engineering. It's either over or not at all. Okay, that's the connector. That's the door. So if I do this, I want that there. Yeah, connector. And then over engineering is just efficient engineering. Ooh, one interior plate off. I will accept that, actually. Where are you going, Cruz? There we are. And then I need you guys. And I need some construction components. Actually, of course. Let's get like 100 of that going. Man, I've got a real hankering for a breakfast toaster strudel. All right, let's see. Oops, wrong one. I want the carrier rear connector. Go. Skippy. Ember. All right. I need this, and we will. Nope. 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 Switch lock. There we go. I need some lights back there too. Good lord, is that dark? That. Oh, that's right. I gotta switch my. Just realized. Go. At some point in time, I also need to add the gravity generator for this section of the base. Because the rest of the base currently has a gravity generator, but I specifically don't have one for the arm yet because, like, I don't have the gravity generator extended out there because I wanted to put one specifically for just that arm that was designed for the width and height of it. There we go. Perfect. All right. Why? That's Ember. All of a sudden, there's a whole lot of red in my sky. All right. So what I want is I need a couple of lights. Let's do one there and let's do one here. And that should be good. I don't need it to be too much. Mostly just need to be able to see. Oof. There we go. It connects up to the base. Let's see how easy it is to get. Oh yeah, that is nice, actually. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I can live with that. That is going to be nice. All right. So next thing I need to do is let's get was it that one. No. Where did I put it? Oh wait, no, it's because I cleaned up all my bars. So I need to re-add that one, which means I need a bunch of interior plate. There we go. And do that there. And that should be not that one. There we go. I need the T junction. Perfect. Awesome. That'll make sure that we can get this connected and also be able to then connect up the backside as well when I get to those. So we have a total of 4 docking ports available for the outpost, if you will. One of which is very specifically designed for smaller ships like the miner. And then this one here is great for a slightly larger ship like the carrier, which still needs to get finished up. But we're getting there. Let's see. Where is it at? There goes Skippy. It's uranium. Could go for the platinum. Yeah, I think I might just do that. So let's go ahead, and she's not finished yet, but go for her maiden voyage. Let's turn the vents on. Okay. Oh, damn. Oh, that sucks. Okay. That one. All right, and then you are. There we go. Aha! Now we're all fully pressurized. Okay. I need. Let's see. The best way to do this would actually be pressurize. I'll lose some anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's go ahead and disconnect that. take all of you and so many thrusters. You know, it never seems like you have this many until you're looking through the list, and then you're like, where did all of these come from? Carrier thrusters. Holy. Okay. I need carrier burst thrusters. And then I think I'll just leave them as two separate groups like that. Door closed. Okay, you are set correctly. Refill. All right, groups. And I want. Let's take the carrier reverse thrusters and the carrier thrusters. Minor reverse thrusters. Minor thrusters. Okay, everybody else should be good. Oh. I'm missing. Well, I'm missing portions of the armor as well. But I figure we can go ahead and just give it its maiden voyage and test it out. I currently also have no antenna on it, which I should probably do. Let's depressurize again. Not that it matters. The amount of oxygen that I'm losing every time I depressurize is so minute. It's not even really worth bothering with. But just out of sheer habit, I set it to depressurize anyway. Antenna. There's my antenna. Let's get the parts that we need for this. And that way it'll just make it so that I can actually find the ship when I'm near it. And there we go. Awesome sauce. All right, let's go for a magic carpet ride, shall we? Oh, whoops. All right, save it. Save as. Carrier made voyage. And aim for, I think we're going for platinum, which is a little ways away. Oops, no. That one. And there we go. And she is off. Not the prettiest thing, but like there's something kind of attractive about the current setup of it. Now, granted, of course, a couple of good hits and it's going to knock the front right off of it. So once I get that armor in place, that'll make it a little bit more robust. I won't have to worry too much about it or as much about it. But in general, that just I'm really happy with how this is turning out. How much ice do I even have on board? Oh, I still have quite a bit of ice. I didn't realize that. Hey, what's up, Kojak? How you doing? Some more ice. Might not be a bad idea to also pick up some more magnesium while I'm at it. Grab some good old magnesium for bullets. So probably do a couple of loads of platinum, and then we'll do a couple loads of magnesium. Now the nice thing is on the mining ship, I have one modular cargo container. On the carrier, I have, what is that, 8, I think? Yeah, something like that. So with a total of 8 of them, I can actually carry quite a lot more, obviously. Yeah, a lot of people, like, all of a sudden, YouTube has been just exploding with all the conversation about the new update for No Man's Sky. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of it myself. I had been using my brother's Xbox Live version for a little while. But honestly, No Man's Sky is one of those games I'm glad that it got the love and attention that it did. Fortunately, I also have no money right now. And in fact, if I do get paid, it'll probably be on the 12th or the 13th. Well, and every single time this happens, No Man's Sky goes on a really great sale exactly when I have no money. And then its sale ends exactly when I might get paid. Or like a day or two before I get paid. And it's just my luck. I'm not allowed to own that game. That's really how it plays out. So, and there's been a couple of games that are like that. Every time they go on sale, I'm broke. And then every time I get paid, the sale has already ended by like a day or two. Oh well, it is what it is. All right. We're coming up on our asteroid here. Ooh. Glad that's behind me. Yeah. Just have to figure out how I want to sort of decorate the interior of the arms there. So that I can. I just realized I don't think I have any. Nope. No ammo. The guns are currently completely useless. Because, of course, they are. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to want to pick up some extra magnesium on the way back. All right. That's 3 and 5. Actually, I'll keep those off for now. Then we'll just use the reverse thrusters on the ship because they will be more than adequate. Alrighty. Almost there. Which, honestly, I probably should move that GPS a little bit closer. Platinum and cobalt. Well, hey guys, how you doing? Fancy seeing you guys out here. Slow down. Yeah, I think I need to increase the amount of thrust that I have for underneath. Cobalt is there. Let's get stopped. Alright. Where's that platinum? So I'll probably add some more thrusters to the top and bottom portion, or at least the bottom portion there of the front forks. Maybe some more along the underside of the back portion. Just to help with maneuverability. Where is that? Is that underneath? That's the fun part, is trying to... I definitely need some lights on here. Because I'm not seeing it. Oh well, we'll go in this way. Let's get close enough here. Yeah, good enough. Okay. Depressurize. And go. Disconnect, disconnect. Let's go score ourselves some platinum. Be a little bit of a trek in order to get to it, but it shouldn't be too bad. That is one nice thing, and I will, this is one of the things that I do like about ion thrusters, is the fact that you don't have to worry as much about their fuel, because it's, whatever battery power you have, whatever you're using for a power source like uranium or whatnot. It's a drone fighter. That makes me nervous. That makes me nervous because, again, I have no ammunition in the turrets at all. So if that gets too close, that's going to be real fun. Next time, crews, leave with some ammo in your stupid ship. At the very least, if that comes too close and blows something up, I will have this ship deep inside of an asteroid. Then what I will probably want to do is, once I get this platinum, I'll go ahead and kind of carve out a larger hole so that I can eject stone easier. And then we'll go from there. Man, so I was playing WoW over the weekend, and oh, that would be it. Uh, what? So with the War Within, and this is something that they've been doing with all of the races that they add to the game. In order to be able to unlock that particular new race, you have to be level 40 and you have to complete a series of quests. Cool. So with the new race, the Earthen, they have you do a series of quests, and one of them starts out innocuous enough. The Earthen are essentially sort of like sentient fantasy androids, if you will. And one of them, he's reached kind of the end of his life, and he's getting ready to pass his knowledge on to his apprentice, and just pass the torch kind of thing. And so the particular occupation that they have, whenever one of the caretakers is about to pass on, they go through a set of rituals, and then they go to a certain location and go through shutdown. So they have you start that process. And as the quest line progresses, the character who's getting, who's the old character who's getting ready to shut down, starts suffering from essentially what would be dementia and or Alzheimer's. And it culminates in you guiding them, meeting them out at the beach instead of where they would normally go to shut down. And I have no shame in saying that at the end of that quest line, I sat there for probably about 2 or 3 minutes and just sat there, not full on crying, but definitely teary-eyed and definitely dealing with emotions. It was really well done, and I really have to give kudos to the writing staff at Blizzard for it, because of the fact that it wasn't played for laughs. It wasn't made light of. Like, there were a couple of lighthearted segments and moments, obviously, but the overarching subject matter of that quest was handled with a very competent level of dignity. And it was one of those, I was like, you know what? These are the moments like this why I enjoy playing games. It's not always just about the getting to shoot things and blowing stuff up and building cool stuff, but oftentimes it can also be about the emotional moments. Things that we didn't expect to get hit with. It's like, where the hell did all of these emotions come from? Who put emotional content in my video game? You bastards. But it was just one of those that made me happy to be a gamer. And it's, I think, something that's been missing sometimes from movies as well. Is, at least for me, I haven't always felt like I used to that same level of emotional connection. It always feels like it's just missing a little bit. Let's see how we go. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a nice amount. That'll be good. All right, let's back up here, get out of here, and get back down this tunnel. Should be able to just kind of coast a little bit. I don't need to go too fast. Just fast enough. It also reminds me of when I was streaming Death Stranding. I got to the end of that game and got hit by the surprise ending and the ginormous amount of emotional feels I got out of that, which was such a great level of catharsis from that game. Like, you don't really expect it, especially with how batshit insane Death Stranding is. That just seems wrong. There we go. And we're connected. Now, should be able to see that it is pulling the ore out, moving it into the rest of the ship. Yay. And there we go. Oh, this is going to be fun. Got a ship over there. Let's see which way you're going. I might be able to. You're up there. Okay. What I will probably do here is just kind of take a little bit of a roundabout tour over to the magnesium. Got that pirate mayday as well. So that way I can cut that assault corvette kind of a wide berth. Actually, we're just right over here, so it doesn't matter. We should be fine. And it will be glorious. Glorious, I tell you. We will grab our magnesium, and then we will go ahead and head back home, make some ammunition for this thing. And then what I will probably do is after that. Yeah, we did finally get to all that cobalt, and I think it was a little bit more platinum or whatever back at base. But we should have enough platinum for a while, which will be nice. There goes the magnesium. There goes the ice. Let's see, is that surface mag? I hope it is. That'll just make it easier to get to. Pretty sure there is some surface magnesium on this asteroid. As I'm pretty sure yeah, that looks like that's on the surface there. Or at least fairly close to it. Is it not? Oh no, there it is. It's kind of. Oh yeah. That's a good spot. Okay. Honestly, I don't mind the whole getting out in the rear and then kind of flying forward here. Let's see. Nope. There we go. Disconnect. Disconnect. Sure, I'm not cooking any of that armor. Nope, we seem to be A-okay. Awesome. That might be something to look into, is trying to build some ventilation holes, if you will, into the arms there so that I can more easily pull the mining ship out. Let's clear out a little bit of this, although this crevasse is a lot bigger than it looks initially. But let's see. So this is deep enough. I want to go ahead and do a full load of cargo container and drills. And then that should be enough. That'll get us. That'll be plenty of ammo for a while, I think. Might be worthwhile to do a couple of loads, as I have a sneaking suspicion that as things progress, having plenty of ammunition is going to become more and more of a must. God, this thing gets heavy. It is. Honestly, at this point, I don't need the... Oof. Yeah, it's real sluggish when it's full. I don't need the merge block at the moment. Maybe I ought to put a reverse camera on this. Just to make it a little bit easier. There we go. And then just make sure that we're emptying everything out. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yes. That empties out real quick. Well, real quick. Yeah, that does actually do a really good job. So the way that I set that up is I have, what is it, 4 of the conveyor sorters set up in parallel. And so they're all attempting to pull out at the same time, as opposed to in series where it's one after the other after the other. So it actually increases the throughput for the amount of stuff that's trying to get pulled out at the same time. Now, obviously, you have to deal with things like the code calling up each of the sorters, as well as the tick rate and stuff like that. But that aside, but give me just a second. I will be right back. Alrighty, there we go. Let's get back to it. You know, I think we should be fine with just the one. And awesome. Those off. 'Cause I think I already have some back at base. But in any event, those turn back on. Wait a minute, what the hell? The hell? I don't remember. Oh, I hit the wrong button, that's why. There we go. Okay. Now let's go ahead and fly her back. I was like, why did that suddenly just clang like that? That's not, no. Good, bad, no. Alright. Nope. There we go. I mean, that definitely would have gotten the job done, and I would have been able to float for a while. All right, and we're on our way back. So as far as a maiden voyage goes, this hasn't been too bad. You know, aside from not having any ammo. But beyond that point, I would say this is going to be a good ship. A little bit more work to do to kind of clean it up, make it look a little bit nicer. But I think overall, she's a good ship. She's going to do her job well. Now, this is definitely not designed to be a warship in any way, shape, or form. The guns are there purely to be defensive. However, that being said, the next ship that I wind up building is going to be designed specifically for most likely intercepting and attack. It's probably still going to be small grid, because one of the things that I've always wanted to do was make some sort of attack fighter. And so that's what's on my docket as far as what ship I want to build next. Is again, I want something that is going to be small, agile, but hopefully have lots of firepower. I don't know what it is specifically, and I think it just comes down to the level of detail you can get with small grid. But I really do just love building small grid ships and rovers compared to large grid. I think the other thing was after working on the Battleship Revenge. Okay, I can stay out of range. After working on Battleship Revenge, that just, it was like, okay, kind of tired of large grid right now. Despite the fact that the Puma and Puma Mark II are both gigantic small grid ships. Let's see. Kind of need Cobalt and Ice. Ice 2. Some uranium out there. Good stuffs. That's what I was looking at. Okay. How close to home are we? Oh, we're getting there. It's always that, like, just casually floating part of the trip that's like, okay. See, this is something that I hope that they kind of address with Space Engineers 2, is the speed of travel. Because having that much distance between planets and jump drives being the way that they are, sometimes you don't want to sit there and spend 4 or 5 hours trying to slow boat between planets. And having to wait for jump drives to charge before you can make the next jump is kind of a pain in the ass sometimes. So one of the things that I would like for them to do is address that level of space travel, to at least find a way to make it faster or more convenient to get from planet to planet, or have more to do in between the two. That's the other thing, is that the only thing that's really between the two planets at any given point in time is just more asteroids. That wouldn't be a bad idea. But it also depends on how well that would interact with multiplayer. Because that's something that they also have to consider, is when you really look at all of it, is physics, multiplayer, and speeds. And I think that's why we don't see greater speeds typically. Then again, a lot of this is based off of hardware that was available when the game first came out, which was a long time ago. Oh, damn it. Wait, am I oriented correctly? Yes. Yeah, because that's... There she is. Home sweet home. All right, let's get flipped around here. Make sure we're kind of just... So, there we go. That wasn't what I wanted, but that'll be fine. Excellent. We can just walk right out and into the base. There we go. We now have a whole bunch of platinum, and we should have a whole bunch of magnesium. We should also have... Let's get some ammo going. How are we doing on its... Okay, I already do have a whole bunch of magnesium, but we're going to get some more. And we're also going to get some more platinum. Looks like uranium is going to be the next one that we want to get, as well as some gold. Ooh, and nickel. Yeah, I am about out of nickel. Okay. So that's one of those that we're going to have to get next. However, that is, I think, going to be it for today. Really, really good day. We got a lot built. Like I said, I'll probably work on getting it finished up overnight just so that we can kind of hit the ground running tomorrow. If it's not finished by tomorrow, most likely or if it's not finished by tonight, then tomorrow we'll just go ahead and finish it up and then grab some nickel and see about what our next project is going to be. Like I said, I am going to add a gravity generator to the docking arm there, as well as maybe some additional cleanup, get some of the LCDs in there up and running, and just in general, get this place tip top, ship shape, that sort of thing. And then we'll see about what's going to happen next. Most likely, after we get the outpost better cleaned up, is I'll go ahead and I'll work on that interceptor, and we'll see about maybe attacking like that drone facility or some of the other locations around here, and just see if maybe we can, have some fun with that. Other than that, though, the next big project, is going to be starting on the station core as well as its tug, so that we can get it out into the location where we want it for a more permanent location. And then we can start building it and make a station. So, yeah. Other than that, though, that is going to be it for today. As always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.